We have the School of Engineering, Institute of Geomatic, GIS and Remote Sensing, and Geothermal Training Institute. These are the groups that are graduating today. I repeat, we are graduating the following schools, or graduate from the following schools: School of Engineering, Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing, and Geothermal Training Institute. This is the 14th graduation ceremony since Kimathi became a university. Others will graduate tomorrow. As a matter of fact, after this event, we have rehearsals for those who are going to graduate tomorrow, again within the 14th graduation ceremony. So we would like to welcome ourselves, and I would like to announce that if you have any need in terms of you want to go to the facilities behind our hall, even in the field, we have archers who can lead you. When it comes to issues of health, if you feel a little bit dizzy, we have St. John's ambulance around. We have our health team from health center. And if there are other issues pertaining to security, we have enough security details. Something I'd like to announce is that when we are here, not all of us are angels. So you need to know the person sitting next to you. You need to know the person sitting next to you. Just in case you go out and you forget your phone, you get to know who has your phone. In other words, we want you to take care of your own property. The university will not be held accountable for anything lost in this hall. We have had cases where people have lost their phones, their cameras, their bags, even their own gowns. So get to know the person next to you, and if you have never met that particular person, the best thing is just to say hi and get to know who he is or who she is. Introduce yourself so that you become friends also. Wazazi tunasema kwa vile siku hizi kuna watu wako na mikono ambayo ni ngamu kidogo, ni lazima upalilie mali yako, isiende ukapoteza chochote. Tuko na security enough, but they can only do that which is feasible here. So security starts with you and me. Security starts with you and me. So I'm just waiting for a few graduates to come in, then I'll take you through the program. But I'll keep on announcing as we go on. I want to say this event is being covered in our website, Facebook, YouTube. We are also covering this in our halls for our students who are still in the campus, so they can follow this event in our halls, the academic block, and any other hall. I will be reminded of the other hall. We are also covering, you can also get people following this event from Nyeri, Ibiza Restaurant, Sheri Supermarket. In Nanyuki, this event is being followed from Moran Lounge, and in Muranga, somebody can follow this event from Mentor Circle. And in Nakuru, I want to collect, we are calling it Gate Pass, but it's Gate House. From Gate House roundabout in Nakuru, anybody can follow this event. And therefore, we are well covered. And we are doing this because this is a national event. Dedan Kimathi University is not a private university. It is only that it does the very best among the national universities. So we brag ourselves saying we are the best, and people think that we are a private university. No, we are not. Those of us who work here, we are employed by the Kenya government. The students, almost all of them, are sponsored by the Kenya government. Others have sponsored themselves. So again, I want to remind ourselves that Kimathi University is a national university. When we go to the field, you hear people asking us, is Kimathi in Kenya or is it a private university? Dr. Shelago, say hi to your people here. This is Dr. Shelago. He's just checking on his students. Thank you. So karibuni, karibuni. Again, take care of your property. Get to know the person next to you. When you are doing communication skill, you are told you need to know the people in front of you, the people behind you, and the people on the side. So that at the end of the day, you are able to account for yourself and other people. Now I'll take you through the program that we are supposed to have started at the 8:15, but you can see the time because of one or two things we had to do. We are starting a little bit, we are behind time by almost an hour. So this is the way the process will start, that once we start the process, the Miss Biara will read the process or the procession, and as they come in, as the procession comes in, we request you to stand. And as you stand, the Chancellor will take his position, and then there will be the national anthem, our national anthem, followed by the East African anthem, then a word of prayer from the head of our chaplaincy, Reverend Dr. Vincent Wambugu. After that, we will do some announcement, and then I will invite the Vice Chancellor to constitute this 14th graduation ceremony. And as he does that, we ask you to, to show some happiness, because it is going to start the moment the Vice Chancellor constitutes the assembly or the congregation. After that, I will invite one of you, and I would like to know who is it. I know it was Gachanja, Joki. I don't know whether Buvi is around. Please, it's Gachanja. I would like to see you just a minute. So Gachanja will read a speech on behalf of the student, and immediately after that, the alumni, the chairman of the alumni, will read his speech. The chairman of the alumni, Mr. Sati, will read the speech on behalf of those who have graduated from this university. Then the Vice Chancellor will address the congregation, and he will invite the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, or his representative to make his remark. Once that is done, then the Chancellor will address, the Vice Chancellor will invite the Chancellor to address the congregation. And the Vice Chancellor, in this case, we have our Chairman of the Council, a new Chairman of the Council, Dr. James. I'll be given his details, James Karaoke. He will preside over this ceremony, and he will be invited by the Vice Chancellor. Once that is done, the police guard we will play some music. And then, after that music, the Vice Chancellor will do the citation for award and conferment of the degree of Doctor of Engineering, honorarius causa, to Engineer Anthony Githinji. We are honoring Dr. or Engineer Anthony Githinji with the honorary degree for the good work he has done, not only for this university in semiconductor, but also his contribution in the group. And you hear as he reads his contribution. Once we have awarded Engineer Githinji with the honorary degree, he will make his speech and then followed with some music. Once that is done, then the Vice Chancellor will invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research, Professor Mushiri, to invite the deans and directors of the institute to call the names of those who are graduating, starting with the master's degree, followed by the postgraduate diplomas, and then the final group, the bachelor's degree from the following schools: the School of Engineering, Institute of Geomatic, GIS and Remote Sensing, and then from Geothermal Training Institute. As we were doing the rehearsal yesterday, once your name is read, you remain standing until that group is read, the entire group. The conferment of master's degree will be done, the conferment of the postgraduate diploma, as well as the conferment of the bachelor's degree. So we will be advised by your respective dean what to do once he or she reads your name. As we do that then, as your name again is going to be, as your name is being called, you'll be expected to come forward to shake hands with the Chancellor. It is not normal to see graduate shaking hands with the Chancellor. A photograph will be taken to be a memorable photograph for each and every one of you. And then we will be moving, where you are seated, you'll be moving from the left. And you'll be going that route. You come to the Chancellor, but as you come back, you don't go back in the middle. You come back through this, my left side, to go back to your seat. We will guide you. For men, we are supposed to bow, but for the ladies, you courtesy, you know how to do it. And we did the rehearsal yesterday. Once that is done, then there will be some music. The VC will present the graduates, now the graduates, to the parents and their sponsors. And that will be the climax of our day, because after that we do the national anthem and we leave the hall in the reverse order. The VC is not going to dissolve the congregation. He will only adjourn, because we still have another congregation tomorrow. So the VC will adjourn the congregation, the national anthem will be played, and then we go to celebrate with our parents, friends, and other people who have helped us. We'll advise you that once we are through from the hall, we will not take much time here. We'll ask you to leave, because we'll also be preparing the hall for the rehearsal for those who are graduating tomorrow. Thank you very much. Let's do a bit of an exercise here. I tried this, but we are not in. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, graduates. Hello. Hello, I want to, hello. Very good. I want to do a bit of exercise here. If you are from Nakuru, please raise up your hand. I want to see whether I know my country. Those from Nakuru County, please, tuwapigie makofi. Oh, very good. Those from Nyandarua, very good. Tujipigie makofi. I'm also from Nyandarua. Those from Laikipia County, please. Hakuna watu wa Laikipia na tuko karibu na wao. Let me see by the show of hand. Laikipia County. Avai. Okay. Hapo hakuna makofi. Unless somebody tells me they are there. In the meantime, Gachaja, please, you can be coming forward. Those from Baringo County. Kuna watu wa Baringo hapa. Pigeni kelele. Very good. Wapigiwe makofi. Those from Marakwet, jipigieni makofi na kelele kama mpo. Those from Turkana, I don't know why I'm only going west. Those from Bugoma, jipigieni makofi na waona huko. Those from Busia, jipigieni makofi na waona huko nyuma. Very good. Those from Narok. Avai, hakuna watu wa Narok hapa. Those is Kajiado County. Yes. Sikuna ni hapa. Yeah. Those from Nairobi County, tujipigie makofi kama tupo. Unajua watu wengi wanalinga wanasema ni wa Nairobi na wametoka hapa Nyeri. Ni wa Nairobi. So those from the home county of Nyeri, tujipigie makofi. Kenya, Nyeri County. Very good. I can see a number of my colleagues also. Those from Mombasa. Very good. Those from Kilifi, the only place they like to die when they are alive. Those from Kilifi County, I'm just joking. Okay. Do we have any from Mandela County? Garissa County? Very good. I can see some hands. If I have forgotten, please, any county, I know I have forgotten, quite a number. Kirinyaga County, Murang'a County. Anyway, the ones I have not mentioned, you can stand and say, I am from this county. Yes, let me hear. For those from Kitui, thank you. Tuwapigie makofi, very good. Another county, those from Machakos, Wakuito Mwema. I can see tujipigie makofi. Did I forget another county? I know I have forgotten a few, but because I don't have the list, but I have tried. If I was doing an exam, ningepata 80%. So I want to once again to welcome all of you, wazazi wetu, our friends, our students. This is your home. My name is Professor Matthew Mwangideuri. I'm the Director, Institute of General Studies in this university, and we would like to welcome each and every person to this auspicious occasion. Kimathi is our home, is our university, and we want to grow and make this university the best, not only in Kenya but in the world. Today we are going to graduate about 500 students, as others will graduate tomorrow. We are almost there. Once the procession comes in, we will stand. As MC, I'm being assisted by Dr. Sang and Dr. Bote. I'll call you later. We want to appreciate our police band from Kiganjo College. They have always been with us. Again, their facilities, if you want to help yourself, if you need security issues, we have taken care of all this, and we will repeat that again. Our Vice Chancellor and other delegations are coming in, and other people will be introduced. Please rise, please rise, please stand, please stand. Thank you. We remain standing as we pray our national anthem. I now invite Reverend Dr. Vincent Wambogo to read us in the opening prayer. Father Vincent.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. O God, it is wonderful for us, the DeKUT family, to praise you on this beautiful day. Almighty God, you have kept your promise to our graduates, a promise to bless them with success and prosperity. You have brought them safely to this day so they can graduate and serve your people in the larger society. Accompanied by their parents, families, and friends, they shout with joy to you, Almighty God, for the wonders of your love. We too join them in celebrating their success, for you are a faithful God. We pray for our guests of honor in this ceremony and hasten to large friends and benefactors in this celebration. We commit all the events ahead of us to your care, guidance, and protection. All that begins in your name, dear loving God, will always end with great success, all for the greater glory of your name. This is our prayer, for we truly believe that this graduation ceremony is your answer to our efforts and daily prayers. Dear loving Father, prosperity results from many people and teams cooperating and working together. We thank you for the able leadership of our Vice Chancellor. We pray for him, and with him, his deputies, the university management, Senate, faculty, all staff members, and all our students who cooperate to realize the DeKUT mission and vision. Bless all who realize this dream of our founding fathers, especially our university's governance structures, the present and former councils. May the DeKUT family and all our ancestors in this vision enjoy your blessings in continued care, protection, and happiness. Dear Heavenly Father, happy are those whom you choose to bless. They live in your tents of blessings for the good things in your house. Thank you for making our family in this university this tent of blessing, the home of academic excellence, prosperity, and rapid development in all aspects. May it remain a home where all of us, united for its success, shall always be a blessed family. We bow in prayer in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever.
Thank you very much. We may take our seats. The Chancellor, sir, and all protocol observed. I would like to make some announcements. I welcome you to our 14th graduation ceremony. In case of any emergency, we have ambulances outside the hall managed by our medical team and St. John's Ambulance. In case of any emergency, please note that. We have washroom facilities behind the hall at the back there, next to the maintenance workshop on my right. We also have an ablution block in the field. That's the rugby beach outside for your use. Kindly approach the ushers or security personnel close to you for any assistance should you require. I now invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dirango Kioni, to constitute the 14th graduation ceremony.
Chancellor, sir, in accordance with Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Statute 38 and Charter Section 24, I declare this assembly the 14th congregation of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Let's clap, let's clap. Thank you, thank you. Our Vice Chancellor. Engineer Professor Durango Kioni for constituting this assembly. At this juncture, I would like to invite one of you, the graduate, Mr. Gashanja, to make his remark. It's a short speech. We want to listen to him. Mr. Gashanja.
Chief guests, Council Chairman, members of the University Council, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans and Directors of the University, University staff, parents, guardians and sponsors, fellow graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ephantus Mundia Gashanja from the School of Engineering, and I am privileged and yet humbled this morning that after 4 to 5 years of hard work, our families and us, the graduates, have one more reason to thank God for DeKUT. We can all remember congregating here for the enrollment, young, naive, and without much sense of direction. The words of advice given to us during that ceremony, and many of the words of advice given to us during that ceremony, and which many of us took heed to, have borne fruits. We are now leaving this great institution as young scholars with a wealth of knowledge and skills, ready to face the world with confidence and optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology has consistently provided us with a conducive learning environment, thanks to the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. We had the best facilities for both curricular and co-curricular activities at our disposal during our journey to the university. We do not take this for granted because we know it has taken good planning and allocation of resources to make DeKUT what it is today. Ladies and gentlemen, looking back, each one of us has had our own unique experiences at DeKUT, a combination of good times and bad times, times of laughter and of joy, times of school spirit, and of course, times of last-minute studying for that exam that we forgot was taking place the next day. Lest we forget, we are proud of our lecturers and other staff members who have sojourned with us and inculcated valuable life skills, mentored us and taught us how to network with industry. We are truly well equipped and we look forward to joining the ranks of respected and accomplished DeKUT alumni in the job market. Ladies and gentlemen, graduation marks the end of yet another extraordinary chapter in our lives. With this chapter closed, I am certain that many of us are already anxious about starting the next one because, unlike an English book, we cannot skip through the pages of life to see how long the next chapter is. We all have our own book of life that has not yet been written, and every day that passes is another page we write in ourselves. Luckily, as DeKUT graduates, we have been given all the paper and ink we need to write our own stories. Let us take a moment to remember and honor our colleagues who passed during our academic journey. Additionally, both academic and support staff who also passed on during these years of our learning. We will forever carry their memories with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take a moment to thank our parents, guardians, and sponsors, and the government of Kenya for supporting and financing our education. Our stories will become bestsellers. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the class of 2023. Indeed, the tussle was worth the hustle. Let us not forget all the lessons we learned during this journey. for we have many more journeys to make. Thank you.
Let's clap for him again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gachanja, for that speech. I now invite the Vice Chair of the Alumni, Madam Mwongeri, to read the speech on behalf of those who have graduated from this university. Madam Mwongeri.
The Chief Guest, Chancellor, Council Chair, Vice Chancellor, members of University Council, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans and Directors of faculties, schools and institutes, chairpersons of departments, members of faculties and the entire academic fraternity, fellow alumni of DeKUT, parents, guardians and graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Congratulations, graduating class of 2023, and welcome to the alumni fraternity. On behalf of the DeKUT Alumni Association, I am humbled and grateful to be part of this auspicious occasion to celebrate the outcome of years of intellectual labor by our students, staff, and other stakeholders. I would like to congratulate all of you on a job well done. You overcame all the hurdles, hanging in there when times were tough. You are the most resilient and brave who managed to succeed in spite of the demanding circumstances. No matter the turn of events, we are saying that out of enormous admiration, you made it. You are graduating and we hope it feels real good. I know this is a time to celebrate, but before you go to be the people you love, and you have every right to be impatient to do so, allow us to share a few observations about life after DeKUT. The observations are based on our personal experiences and those of hundreds of DeKUT graduates out there. Today marks the end of one journey and the beginning of another. Your time as a caterpillar has expired. Your wings are ready. You're now off to prove yourselves professionally, to test your skills and challenge your abilities in the market. Expectations are high, hence you have to dream big. Be bold and work hard. The most impressive achievements in the world have been accomplished by people who have had dreams beyond the grasp of many others. We wish you endurance and confidence as you embark on this new chapter. As you venture out in the world, remember that you are now a part of a global network of alumni who can offer support, guidance, and mentorship. As alumni fraternity, it is our duty to ensure that this network remains strong and vibrant, and that you have access to the resources and opportunities that will enable you to succeed. As you embark on your careers, please remember that your education does not end here. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. Stay connected to your alma mater and take advantage of the opportunities it provides for continuing education and professional development. Finally, I encourage you to give back to your community and to those who come after you. I know you're brilliant, but do not forget to be kind. Volunteer your time, mentor a student, or make a financial contribution to the university, because it is essential that we remain engaged with the institution that has given us so much. By doing so, you will help to ensure that future generations of students have the same opportunities that you did. Once again, congratulations on this tremendous accomplishment. I look forward to seeing the great things that each of you will accomplish in the years ahead. Welcome to the DeKUT Alumni Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mwongeri. Let's clap for her again. Every home has the owner. So at this juncture, we would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor to welcome us to this occasion, introduce the guests, and make his remark. Our Vice Chancellor, sir. Let's welcome with the clap, please.
Our Chancellor, Dr. James Kariuki, who also serves as the chairman of the Dedan Kimathi University Council. Our Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Muganda, Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research, members of the Council, Ms. Lynette Muganda, Ms. Pauline Jeruto Kugart, Dr. Davidson Moisaka, Ms. Esther Nyamoko, Dr. Lucinda Owol, Mr. Caleb Ogot, the Deputy Vice Chancellors of Dedan Kimathi University, Professor Moshiri, Academic Affairs and Research, Professor Esther Magiri, Administration and Finance, members of the University Senate and members of staff, the graduates, parents and guardians, the commercil student leaders, representatives of other universities, led by Professor Jennifer Hamasi, acting Principal, Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to further recognize some of our guests. I would like to recognize Mr. Waihenya, who is a former principal of KIT. Mr. Waihenya. We also have a special honoris causa card day today, Engineer Anthony Givenji. And he's here accompanied by his family and friends, including Engineer Muita. Engineer Muita, please. We also have representative of Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I don't know whether Madam Stella Muhoro is here. Okay. And other guests present, please feel most welcome. So I welcome you, all of you, to this 14th graduation ceremony. And this really a special day for each one of you, our dear graduates. We are gathered here to celebrate with you your achievements. So may this be for you a day of joy and happiness. It's a watershed moment for you, particularly if you are an undergraduate student receiving your first diploma and degree qualification. The qualification you will be awarded or conferred with will determine in significant ways your career development for years to come. It will be the most important statement of how you interact with the world of work. So congratulations. I would further like to make a special welcome to our new council. We have introduced them. I think you should join me in making special welcome to Dr. James Kariuki, who is now our new chairman. And for today, as allowed by the Universities Act, he will act as the chancellor for this graduation ceremony. We also have our 4 independent council members, and I would like to introduce them individually, and we welcome them as a fraternity. Dr. Moisaka, we have Ms. Pauline Jeruto Kugant, we have Ms. Esther Nyamoko, and Ms. Lynette Muganda. The university management, the Senate, staff and students of Dedan Kimathi of Technology are looking forward to your stewardship of this university to scale even greater heights of academic and research excellence in the next 3 or 6 years that you'll be serving the institution. The graduates, parents, and guardians of this 14th graduation ceremony are indeed very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ezekiel Mashogu, for making the appointments of the Council just in time for this graduation to take place. Our dear Principal Secretary, please communicate our gratitude to the CS. The Council members' appointment was gazetted Tuesday morning, which is 2 days ago. We contacted and invited them to attend this function yesterday. We immediately embarked on this new assignment, traveled from different corners of this republic late yesterday to honor us with their presence here in Nyeri. Accept our appreciation for the efforts you have actually made to be part of this ceremony and to take up your mantle as a new council of Dedan Kimathi University. Let's cheer for them. And in so doing, I would also to acknowledge the extra effort made by our Principal Secretary, Dr. Muganda, in contacting them and also encouraging them to attend. And beyond that, herself making an effort in spite of an extremely tight schedule for the higher education sector to actually come. She got to this place past midnight, and she's here. I think we should also appreciate her effort and commitment. Chancellor Sir, our graduates today have benefited from our continuing explorations of ways of improving the DeKUT students' education experience. And this is a progressive undertaking. So every season when we have graduation ceremonies such as the one we have today, we share a few of those so that the graduates and indeed the public becomes aware of the effort that the Senate, the Council, the faculty make to ensure that our students are well prepared for the world of work. I'll share a few of these of them during this graduation ceremony. One is focused on molding African leaders and entrepreneurs. In addition to the graduates graduating in their respective areas of specialization, that is major degrees in various fields, the university is also graduating students with a minor degree in critical thinking and communication skills. This minor degree covers various important sections required for personal creativity, research, and innovation. The students have been trained in 8 important areas, thus enabling them to achieve the entrepreneurship spirit. The areas are philosophy and critical thinking, African civilization, mathematics and film, African technology and literature, traditional African health and environmental studies, artistic and African creativity, and this culminates with a capstone and self-assessment project at the end of the program. Hence, by studying general studies and communication skills as a minor degree, the graduates will be able to develop a deeper understanding on other areas, and especially those covered in critical thinking and communication skills. It also sharpens one's career paths, especially those seeking employment in various institutions. It gives the opportunity for one to be in a position to explore areas in life thus making one an innovator in academics and other endeavors. It provides a holistic approach to reality as well as making an individual to be a well-rounded person. It creates an opportunity for interdisciplinary approach to university education. It provides one with an extra experience in other fields of studies. It also enables one to be in charge of his or her career path with a clear vision as would be easily portrayed in one's portfolio and resume. It's important to note that these graduates of Dedan Kimathi, by taking this minor degree, are also reconnecting with their roots, with the roots of their forefathers. I should also say their foremothers. Knowledge of Africa's diverse resources, knowledge of plants as health remedies, wealth of their languages as repositories of history, and they now know about African scripts. They are discovering them for themselves. They also know the links of African languages to ancient Egyptian languages and writings, which goes back over 5,000 years ago. They are now aware of the many writing methods that existed all over Africa, and they do actually see themselves in this history of civilizations. It's important to note that this minor degree is also aligned to African Union's Vision 2063 goal, which emphasizes the importance of educating our young people in our African culture and history. It also contributes to meaningful and impactful realization on the article in our Constitution of Kenya on national cohesion and integration. There can be a better way of achieving that than giving students cross-cultural and intercultural education. This minor degree is now a mandatory component of the DeKUT's academic program. The second aspect is the way that the university and the graduates we have today has immersed themselves in the ICT and digital technologies. COVID-19 pandemic pushed our continued explorations of ways of improving the DeKUT students' education experience into mainstreaming of ICT in academic programs. The graduates in the 4-year program joined around 2019, and those in the 5-year program just a little earlier. The first disruption of COVID-19 pandemic was in March 2020. Thus, virtually overnight, the DeKUT migrated from face-to-face teaching to online teaching, from in-person graduation to virtual graduations. The pandemic pushed everyone to the deep end of technology, and these graduates mastered how to work remotely and online. Our lecturers enhanced their competence in the use of ICT tools for teaching. Thus, the graduates are well prepared for the digital economy, and the university, on the other hand, has an effective and accredited Center for Open Distance Education and Learning. It is during the aftermath of COVID-19 emergency measures that were instituted across the world that isolated us as a country from the rest of the world, and we learned the hard lessons of being resilient and self-sufficient. Kenya could not procure from foreign manufacturers basic materials required for the health sector. Governments around the world have certainly turned inwards and nationalistic, prioritizing the needs of their people over those of other countries. Here at DeKUT, we learned how to make our own ventilators, personal protection equipment, sanitizers on industrial scales. We learned how to collaborate in these endeavors with counties and different government agencies to solve our own national problems. Our partner, Semiconductor Technology Limited, found themselves that they could not bring American engineers that they intended to bring to set up the semiconductor plant. So they turned to our DeKUT graduates and students, and they soon realized that our graduates were just as good. Since then, they only recruit from DeKUT and other local universities. They don't bother recruiting from America. We unleashed in our students and staff the potential for innovation and entrepreneurship. We should never forget the lessons learned during the COVID pandemic period. This research, innovation, entrepreneurial ecosystem has been augmented by the establishment and continuing growth of our financially dependent centers. We have a number of centers, over 20 of them, and these centers continue to give opportunities for our students to work with communities and companies in impactful projects. Many of our students are being introduced to the industry in significant ways while still here at the university. Madam PS, the FIX is a unique innovation of this university, and we are happy that it is now being replicated in other institutions. We are proud of making this contribution to the higher education sector. DeKUT has been positioning itself within the manufacturing world so as to be an agent for industrialization of this country. In recent times, we launched the Semiconductor Technologies Factory, which is one of its kind in Africa. I'm pleased that today we will also be recognizing our recipient of honorary degree on Engineer Anthony Givenji, and we thank the University Council and the Senate for making the decision to award him with the Doctor of Engineering honoris causa of this university. Dr. Givenji has been working with the university in achieving the objectives of realizing this important industry in Kenya. And on that, we have been able to establish a platform of partnering with other institutions across the world. Chancellor Sir, we have the Dedan Kimathi Innovation Hub, we have the Startup Center, and these work to support students and staff to come up with ideas, develop them into what we call the MVP, minimum valuable products, which means they can then be incubated to form startup companies. And through this, we help the founders to penetrate the market. This system builds on what the financial independent centers are doing and what is happening in the companies associated with the science park. The system will feed the upcoming Science and Technology Park. Madam PS, our goal is to achieve 100% gainful employment of our graduates, and we believe we are on course to doing that. The DeKUT Office of Career Services leverages our various partnerships to successfully carry out its mandate and work towards this goal of 100% gainful employment. They work with a rich human resource available in the university, the startup ecosystem that I have just described. Centers such as Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, international office, the alumni who have been visiting many times to talk to our students, with the Ministry of Education, the Public Service Commission, and various organizations in diverse fields. We appreciate the contributions of all these partners. During this graduation ceremony, which is the second in this academic year, the university will be releasing over 800 graduates into the world of work with the training, skills, and knowledge that they have gained during their stay here. It is our hope that they will contribute immensely. We thank the lecturers and the entire university staff for the work well done in molding these graduates. The university is continually looking into ways of empowering our students to be effective in the ICT and digital economy. Just the last 2 months, we've concluded a laptop purchase program for all our students so that they can be equipped with new and fit for purpose laptops, which they can then pay over a period of time. This will enable them to also engage in our Ajira programs while they are still here and start interacting with the world of work. Chancellor Sir, the university has also made many gains through the strategies that we have in mobilizing resources through successful grant applications. The university also continues to comply with the requirements of government, and this is evidenced by the university's performance in the 2021-2022 performance contract. The university got a score that was in the excellence category. It was among the top performing parastatals in this country. Chancellor, we value the human resource, and we know that the strength of the university depends on the quality of our human resource, particularly the academic staff. Since the establishment of this university, we have been implementing a robust staff development program. And every year, we celebrate those of our staff who come back with PhD qualifications. We are still a young university, but we are on the way to having 100% of our staff having PhD qualifications. Well, this is the minimum qualification that we require to really create a robust academic and research institution. Madam PS, we are also responding in a big way to the government agenda of planting 15 billion trees in the next 10 years. Dedan Kimathi University adopted the Nyeri forest block, an area of 2,000 acres that was completely deforested. It is working with KFC, Kenya Forest Service, to reforest the entire place. In the last few months, we've planted over 6,000 trees. And those trees are not just planted, but we follow up and engage people to take care of them so that they can actually survive and grow. So we are not just planting, but we are actually growing trees. In the last few weeks, the university also launched the UNESCO share in the anticipatory socio-technical systems on future literacy. This is an important discipline as it gives us the tools to prepare ourselves better for the future. We aim at creating regional futures literacy nodes that will seek to build futures literacy capability in Kenya and African region. The chair will take lead in developing a critical mass of futures literacy scholars, policymakers, business leaders, aware of the types of anticipatory systems and processes they use and the reasons for doing so. The research-based understanding of the nature and role of future will enhance societal resilience by cultivating the conditions for a capability approach to well-being and sustainability. Indeed, the mission of this year is to nurture the development of a resilient and sustainable Africa. Madam PS, in the spirit of all-government approach of the current administration, I'm happy to report that this chair is working with KIPRA as they review the Kenya's industrialization plans and as they rethink what is going to follow Vision 2030. The Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which is being constructed at the Council Technopolis, was recently established. Is an ongoing project between the government of Kenya and the government of Korea. The university and the University Council and the Senate have worked passionately to ensure that the academic aspects of this institution are actually fully addressed and on schedule. We are happy to report that all the programs that Kenya ICE, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology requires, were approved by Senate and have now been processed by the Commission for University Education. They're just waiting for the next phase of the Kenya ICE, that's development of facilities, so that the institution will be ready to start programs and indeed for award of charter. Madam Principal Secretary, before I conclude my speech, I probably should just share a short story about my association with this institution. And I say this because this is my last group of graduating students where I will be participating as a Vice Chancellor. And the Council has an important task and priority in the next few weeks to do for my replacement. So I was introduced to this place in a very memorable way. Way back in 1974, it's a long time ago, on the eve of my grandfather's funeral, somebody had a bright idea that I, who had only 2 vivid memories of occasions of meeting the man, together with my other siblings, should attend the ceremony. At that time, the Nyeri-Nyahuru Road was a Maram Road. Kimathi Institute of Technology, the predecessor of DeKUT, had not been born. This place was known as Jengu. Jengu stream marked the northern boundary of the present-day DeKUT land. It flows from the past, from the famous Treetop Hotel, which happens to be on the same hill as this institution, where the treetops where the late Queen Elizabeth II went up to sleep as a princess and came down as a queen. There is a salt lick at the treetops. It is this that attracts elephants, rhinos, and all kinds of game that in turn attracts tourists, including the royalty. The entire region was in Nyeri forest. There was no fence around the Aberdares. The place teemed with wild game. At this wee hour, we found our road blocked by a rhino in a group that was moving around, feeding on bushes overhanging the road. We were instructed to be quiet and not make any noise. In the back of a Land Rover covered with a canvas, that was the protection between us and the rhino. You can imagine minutes for a young person then of 8 years old becoming hours. You can also imagine the many English compositions I penned on rhinos after this experience. Years later, I got to know that around the same time, 1974-75, University of Nairobi students, led by their sonu leader, Nyeri Kihoro, who later became a civil rights activist, and an MP for Nyeri, cleared a patch of the forest where this Freedom Hall is built. It was part of rolling out the establishment of KIT. In 1978, when the first students were admitted, 2 rhinos, a mother and a calf, had made this spot their residence and their home. I suspect they came from the same rhino family that had blocked us on the 1974. In 1978, KIT opened her doors to students, and the students had actually to learn how to live with those rhinos, mother and calf. But at some point, the rhinos vanished from this area, and they became a memory. My hope is that their lineage has continued somewhere, probably in Sorio Ranch. At the same time, the late Minister of Education, Jeremiah Nyaga, planted a fig tree, which is still here and growing. This spot became the place where KIT pitched tents for public functions. In August 1999, the local political and religious leadership had convened a meeting to launch the upgrading of KIT to a university. For some reason, the chief guest could not come. I became the substitute chief guest and talked to the leaders and other invited guests of how to build a university of technology. This was my first time to KIT, which is now DeKUT. It was also my first time to meet the leadership. I was attending this function because the group that established KIT was now in their they were now in their mid-60s and wanted young people to take over from them. I was one of those young people. I had been appointed to the board of trustees. A couple of months thereafter, no meeting had been called by the board of trustees. I became impatient, and I had a personal rule of not being a member of a group that was not active. So I made up my mind to resign from being a member of the board of trustees. On inquiring on who I should take this matter up with, I was directed to one Mr. Oivoshi. When I explained my predicament, he told me something profound. He told me, "You are appointed a member of the board of trustees. It means you are an owner of the institution. And it is up to you to do whatever you want, whatever you consider fit for the institution. That is when my work for DeKUT started. And we had a gestation period of 9 years, from 1999 to 2008. DeKUT became a university, a constituent university college in 2008. In this same spot, we received our first degree students, but there was no building. When we arrived, we still remember what some of the students asked us. Where is the university? Around the same time, this was literally after the post-election violence, we had a major function here. And we looked for somebody who could be able to talk to the student and talk to them about cohesion and the importance of considering themselves as one people. We called the then Archbishop of Kitui, the very revered Archbishop Muheria, and he spoke to the students on this ground. And he told them about the importance of always reminding themselves and always keeping their compass focused in a certain direction, and to always resharpen and remagnetize the needle whenever they start losing focus. So we have now this building. We have also many projects that are being gradually realized. We have the Science and Technology Park, which we started in 2017, but somehow is still in the gestation period. We also have the cancer project that is coming up. We have new council members who have come here and brought here on very short notice. Some of them arrived at night, just like I was introduced to KIT and to this region at night. But from what we learned from this, that this institution will keep on growing. And the council that has been appointed are the owners. They can do whatever they want with it. The members of staff we have here have also that responsibility. But we have the confidence that we can always hand over to to another generation and to new people. And they will actually be able to take us to the next phase. We also learn from this the importance of being patient, and this to our graduates. Things don't happen overnight. It takes time. Some of the work that you see here started way back in 1972. And we went in 1978. And you can see the decades of transformation. This university will continue growing. So, Madam PS, it has really been a privilege for me to be able to serve this university for the period that I have served. And I'm sure, like Principal Gileji, who we introduced earlier, we will connect with this institution in many different ways in the future. So thank you very much. It's now my great pleasure again and privilege to invite the next speaker. We would have invited the Chairman of Council, but because our Chairman of Council is also serving as a Chancellor, he will speak and talk about his perspective as a Chairman when he addresses us as a Chancellor. So I will now invite our guest, Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research, somebody who is very, very passionate and working extremely hard to transform the higher education sector. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Beatrice Nyangala Muganda. Welcome.
Our Chancellor, the Council Chairman, members of the University Council, our Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, the Senate, members of staff, parents and guardians, distinguished guests, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you today, and I want to start by congratulating all the graduates of the 2023 class. I join your parents and guardians in celebrating this special moment of fame. Thank you for inviting me today. It is always gratifying to witness the successful conclusion of the education journey of young people as we usher them into the world of work, a world full of opportunities, a world for them to solve problems and shape their future. I would also like to congratulate and extend a warm welcome to the new chairman of the University Council, Dr. James Kariuki. And other council members present, please do not tire. We want to familiarize with your faces. Just stand so we can congratulate you again. Yes? Thank you very much. We are confident that you have what it takes to maintain this young university on a rapidly growing trajectory. We have entrusted you with an important and enormous responsibility. Indeed, the Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology was among the best public institutions that got an excellent score in the just concluded performance contract appraisal. And this confirms that this university has cultivated a culture of excellence in delivering on its mandate. We are confident that the new council will shepherd this university to mark its territory globally as a leader in scholarship as well as research and innovation. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that a majority of the graduates today started their studies in 2019, just before the COVID-19 pandemic. I congratulate you for overcoming the many disruptions caused by the pandemic. I appreciate you and your faculty and the university for the many adjustments and indeed innovations that were made to ensure continuity of your academic schedules in spite of the COVID-19 challenges. I want to thank your parents and the community at large for nurturing you to be resilient. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the silver linings of the COVID-19 pandemic was the mainstreaming of ICT in academic program delivery. Our education programs embraced technology and learning continued against a strong wave of odds and a feeling of despondency among many. The emerging pedagogical transformation demonstrates the depth and breadth of opportunities afforded by cutting-edge technology. The Kenya Kwanza administration is committed to harness the digital dividend to serve you better in all aspects of your life: education, health, food security, and business, among others. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government's efforts to enhance its manpower resource is evidenced by the heavy investments in education. This investment, I'm glad to say, is already bearing fruits when we see the improved literacy levels in the country and the expanding reservoir of expertise for realizing our national development priorities, as well as our regional and international aspirations as a country. I therefore urge all of us to support the sustained effort by the government to make tertiary education more accessible, more affordable, more relevant, and of high quality. We are all aware of the challenges facing our universities today. But I stand here and assure our universities that they are not alone. We are working very closely with them. We all lay awake at night, thinking of innovative mechanisms of resolving these issues. You will recall that our president, one of the first things that he did when he assumed office was to form the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, and that was in September 2022. The task force has been collecting critical data and gathering views from the public. We want to assure you that the recommendations that will emanate from this task force will offer sustainable solutions that will be implemented to galvanize our universities so that they can show their true mantle. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Education remains a key pillar in the exponential growth of Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology. We are supporting this university to implement several flagship projects, and our Vice Chancellor mentioned a range of projects which I shall not repeat. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to mention just three, and to applaud the management and the council of this university for the excellent progress made in implementing these projects. The first one is the Dedan Kimathi University Comprehensive Cancer Management Center. The second one is the Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park. And the third, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. I note with deep appreciation that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa selected this great university to host a unique science park, the Origin Research and Innovations Labs Physical Hub of East Africa. Origin Labs is designed to catalyze solutions for Africa's problems by Africans in Kenya and the diaspora. And so this project is indeed not only innovative and pioneering, but also a melting point for African ideas. And it speaks volumes to these universities' entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem. This project also presents a great opportunity for the university to be a hub for providing solutions to the myriad of problems facing Kenyans and other Africans. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government, through our ministry, the Ministry of Education, is also supporting the establishment of the Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park. We are convinced that this project is a perfect exemplar for unveiling the strongest linkages and benefits accruing from the nexus of academia and industry. This project has given us the impetus to mobilize additional resources and to foster useful networks to facilitate further development, specifically completion of the construction works under phase 1 of the project. We recognize and appreciate the new Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park Company Limited, which will add great value and assure the sustainability of the Park project. The world over, universities are increasingly called upon to ensure employability of their graduates. I commend the University Council, Senate, management, staff, students, and alumni of this university for demonstrating leadership on this front. As a ministry, we would like the subsector to thrive along these lines of enhancing employability for graduates. And in this manner as well, they will enhance their profiles and their global rankings. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this university has a special place in my heart because it climbed out of its ivory tower and went down to the villages to address the problems that afflict our people in their daily lives in a very practical way. And in this regard, I would like to mention the work it's doing with Mkureni Wakulima Dairy Limited for industrial scale production and retail distribution of natural coffee yogurt. And this is enhancing incomes and restoring hope among members of the community. Allow me also to mention the training for youth in coffee value addition, and through this as well, the coffee technology program and the competencies that are consolidated through this program. The university has also empowered youth to contribute and benefit significantly from the leather value chain, as well as the creative industry, film production, script writing, acting, and animation. These are good and life-changing initiatives. I encourage the university and other universities to replicate these great ideas across disciplines in their areas of comparative advantage. This will be a critical step for universities to identify and develop their niche areas and to maximize the outcomes of their programs. Indeed, it is cutting-edge technology, practicums, internships, and industrial training for students that are key building blocks in any competency-based curriculum. These tenets must be aligned in the curriculum and its delivery to empower our graduates with the skills and competencies for the 21st century world of work. Our graduates must be prepared in every way to steer this country towards our Vision 2030 of becoming a middle-income country with all of us enjoying a high quality of life. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end my speech without appreciating the partnership that the university has with the Semiconductor Technologies Limited under the auspices of the Technology Park. This partnership is a powerful demonstration of the high quality of our graduates and their readiness to work in cutting-edge technology areas. And on this note, I really also want to contribute and appreciate the journey that our women have traveled from being the lesser beings in technology to what we witness today. And allow me to also recognize the young lady who marched in majestically with her baby to graduate. Please see me behind the tent. I have a gift for your baby. And I want to emphasize that as women, we shall not be limited in any way. We will grow and we will hold your hands, our men, and we shall develop this country together, and we shall build resilient, happy families. So from marriage to university industry linkages, this country requires many more such partnerships so as to modernize and industrialize our country. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Engineer Tony Givenchy. Engineer, please. And to our very own Professor Ndirangu Kioni, please. It is their visionary leadership that has fostered a very unique partnership whose impact can be seen not only here, but across the whole country. To Engineer Tony Givenchy, congratulations for being selected for conferment of the Doctor of Engineering honoris causa degree. Indeed, this is a well-deserved honor. Congratulations. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware that this university is transitioning its leadership. Professor Kioni will conclude his term in another few weeks. I'd like to thank you, Prof. Kioni, most sincerely for your outstanding work that has shaped this university from a small TVET college to a top-performing university. This is no mean achievement. And from your mother, you know that your reward will come specially wrapped. To the outgoing members of the University Council, I thank you for the strong foundation you built for this university and for the many milestones you achieved during your tenure. You leave behind a strong legacy and a permanent imprint of your wisdom. Mr. Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate you, the graduates, once more. Congratulations! You have made us all proud. You are competent and capable of making a difference in the world of work. So I urge you to step out there with confidence and grab the opportunities. Claim your space, because I want to assure you that you only have 3 options. The first option is to succeed. The second option is to succeed. And the third one, success is yours. I thank you all. God bless you. God bless this great university. Thank you.
Thank you, peers. Let's applaud the peers again for her speech and remarks. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to invite our dear Chancellor to make his remarks. Chancellor Dr. James Kariuki, welcome.
Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Beatrice Inyangara, members of the University Council, the Vice Chancellor, Engineer Professor Ndirango Kioni, Deputy Vice Chancellors, University Senate, members of staff, parents and guardians, students, graduates, distinguished guests, the clergy, and of course I cannot forget I came with my spouse, Madam Mercy. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. God is good, and all the time. It is my honor to join you today as you celebrate the 14th graduation ceremony and as we release over 800 graduates into the world of work. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my joy to have been appointed the council chairman of this great university, and I like to thank the Cabinet Secretary of Education through the PS, and it is with my greatest gratitude to accept this appointment. I assure you I'll do my level best to do that is which is right to this university in the areas of research, innovation, and development of the people of Kenya. Let it be known that with proper education, innovation, and research, the people are able to be productive, self-reliant in all areas of human development. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chairman of the university, I promise to work, advise, and guide the management in achieving what is best for this university, and I will endeavor to working with you in areas of funding, leading and organizing this university with, in accordance with the laid down policies and procedures of university education. I will lead the council to work as a team. We are all new and we are going to know each other and work together as a team to guide this university management in the process of achieving its goals. We'll work hand in hand as a team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to enable the university to realize its strategic plan and vision 2030. As you are aware, the university has already developed a strategic plan for 2040. In this plan, the university has proposed to produce quality graduates in line with the university's merit, to generate research and innovation outputs with impact on the national development goals, also to transfer and commercialize technology from the university and other international institutions to the benefit of the students, university, and our industries, and also to mobilize financial resources to support universities' mandate. You are aware that the DeKUT Vision 2030 is a tool for the council to guide and direct the development of the university in the next 17 years. Hence, it will be the basis for ensuring strategic plans and annual performance targets, development of policies, and mobilization and allocation of resources. The DeKUT Vision 2040 is aligned to the Kenya Vision 2030 and uses a bottom-up approach. So we are also indebted to our national government, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, so we are going to follow that approach. So with the council, the university management, the Senate, members of staff, and their unions, I commit myself to work together in achieving all that is in this strategic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because of our graduates, and it's now my turn to turn to the graduates with great admiration for the effort you have put in your studies and to reach this point. Clap for yourselves. It has taken 4 to 5 years for you to be at this point, and it's also important for us to congratulate you, also your parents, and sponsors, because without teamwork, you would not have been here. This university has molded and impacted you with all knowledge required in the world we are about to send you into. Besides academics, you have had extra curriculum activities in this institution, mingling with the neighboring community and transforming your lives in becoming better citizens. I urge you, as your council chairman, as you go out in that world, to be practicing not only the academic achievement, but also the values that you have learned through the years of your training. Further, I urge you to be good ambassadors of this university and also join the alumni who have already contributed to the betterment of this university. As I conclude, as you are aware, we are new. We don't have much to say about the university. We are running and we are going to do that very fast so that there is no gap. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate the work done by the council, the outgoing council, led by Dr. Jane Nyakango. I don't know whether she is here. The outgoing council, and the outgoing Vice Chancellor, Engineer Professor Ndilangu Kioni. Let's clap for him. The work done by this team in this university, as the PS said, ladies and gentlemen, is outstanding. And I urge the incoming council and the Vice Chancellor, the incoming one, we are going to do even better. We promise you that. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. I look forward to interacting you in the future. For those who are going to go for jump hunting, because that's a must for most of us, is it? I want to share with you a story about a personal experience. About 30 years ago when I graduated, I went to look for a job, and I had a first-class honors in mathematics. So the World Bank team came to the University of Nairobi, and they wanted to take 3 people. So we were called for an interview, and I was selected. Then when I went to the office at the World Bank, I was posted to the Ministry of Local Government. But when I was there, I met a certain gentleman from South America, and he told me the work that is here is to go to the post office. Are we together? Then with my first class honors and a good suit, I was a bit discouraged, because initially they said they wanted a data analyst. So I said I will take it. So I went to the post office for about 6 months. Then the same character, he was called Marco Montes, may his soul rest in peace. He called me into his office and told me we wanted to see what kind of character you are. And then I was shown a big office. I was given a secretary, a driver, and a big vehicle after 6 months. So I want to encourage you, when you go out there, don't choose too much. Just make a point of entry. You never know what comes after that. So because I have seen even in Nairobi, there are some companies that are taking an approach where they invite people for applications to apply for a job, and they get like 1,000 applications. Then they give those people placards to go and market their services in the roundabout. Have you seen that? What they are doing, they are trying to cut the number from 1,000 maybe to 200. So after 1 week, 800 will disappear, because they are going to say, no, I can't do this. After another 1 week, another 100 disappear. If they want 50 and they are left with 100, now they can do the interviews. So please, if you go out there, take your place. And I'm not saying that all of you must go through that route, but if a chance comes, please take it. So I want to congratulate all of you as I conclude, I wish you well, God blessings, and we are going to take this university to the next level. God bless you all, and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, thank you. Let's clap for all the speakers, and we appreciate them once again. Thank you, our Chancellor, our PS, and our VC. We now have an interlude of music before we go to the climax of our day, the police band. Thank you. Now, the Vice Chancellor will do the citation for the award and conferment of the degree of Doctor of Engineering. That's going to be conferred on Engineer Anthony Gideji. Vice Chancellor, sir.
Chancellor Sam, to read the citation for conferment of honorary doctorate degree in engineering honoris causa to Engineer Anthony Gideji. On this 14th graduation ceremony of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, the University Senate, under the powers conferred by Article 20, Sub-Article 3J of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology Charter, and with the consent of the University Council, has determined that Engineer Anthony Gideji, Managing Director of Semiconductor Technologies Limited, be conferred the Doctor of Engineering honoris causa, D. Engineering HC of this university. It is with great honor to our university and the current and future graduates that Engineer Anthony Gideji has accepted this award. The University Senate, in making this award, specially recognizes that Engineer Anthony Gideji has had enormous commitment to establishing a semiconductor industry in Kenya, thus creating high-value employment opportunities, recruiting, inducting, and training young graduates. Engineer Anthony Gideji was born in Chorongi Village, Nyeri County, Kenya, on July 26, 1971. He is a husband and a father of 2 sons. Engineer Gideji was born to a large patriotic family that bore the woods of Kenya's colonial past. His father, Benjamin Degwa, endured detention at the infamous Manyani detention camp for 2 years during the emergency period. Engineer Giviji's undeniable love for his mother, Helena Wangui Givinji, is espoused in Semiconductor Technologies Foundation, the Helena Wangui and Imelda Taporogo Foundation. His mother's great contribution to the community was in rescuing underprivileged girls. STL took a leave from her life's work by supporting women in STEM. Engineer Gimveji is one of 8 children and is the last born son in his family. He attended Nyeri Primary School and is a pioneer of the 844 system. His boarding school experience, even at a young age, instilled in him a sense of self-reliance and focus. Engineer Givinji was among the 3 pupils from his class that qualified to attend the prestigious Alliance High School. For him, Alliance High School was a paradigm shift and what he calls the great equalizer. The school saw arrivals of students from as far as northern Kenya, Mandera, and Okishogio, to the coastal region and the Great Lake. The Alliance High School motto, "Strong to Serve," became the bedrock of his call to service. He completed high school in 1989 and was admitted to Egerton University to pursue a bachelor's degree in agricultural engineering. Despite his performance, Engineer Givinji was disappointed that he did not get his first choice to pursue electrical engineering at University of Nairobi. He, however, reported to Egerton University for a short stint, again making lifelong friendships that would become essential later in his career and inform his return to Kenya 30 years later. Engineer Givinji left Egerton University in 1990 to pursue education overseas. He got an opportunity to pursue his higher education in Canada, where he studied electrical electronics engineering at the University of Windsor, Assumption College of Engineering. The city of Windsor, Ontario, is a college town, a bastion of diversity, and the home of the world's largest automobile manufacturers, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. This cosmopolitan and progressive ecosystem married and fostered academic and commercial relationship. From the freshman year, Engineer Givinji engaged in cooperative training at the GM Windsor Powertrain Division, and he internalized this model of academic and commercial collaboration. Many years later, he formed the operating strategy for STL's workforce development. Engineer Givinji graduated in 1995 with a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering. He started his career at GM Windsor Power Train Division at the renowned GM Technical Center for Advanced Research and Engineering in Detroit, Michigan. He was then attached to GM flagship, the Cadillac Group, and engaged in research and development in the engine and powertrain systems. At GM, he was involved in building high-tech, fully automated robotic production lines. He was also exposed to aerospace applications through GM's collaboration with aircraft manufacturers. Engineer Gideji moved from Michigan to the state of Virginia to pursue a career in semiconductor manufacturing and material sciences. In his first assignments, he traveled to Japan and Ireland to install and start up advanced manufacturing systems and processes. He also traveled to Europe, Southeast Asia, and Far East to deploy semiconductor technologies in companies such as IMB, Samsung, SK Hynix, Seagate, Global Foundries, Hitachi Global Storage, among others. It was here his love for microelectronics design and chip manufacturing was born. In 2000, he founded 4Wave with a focus on the semiconductor supply chains and operations, semiconductor capital equipment manufacturing, and semiconductor device processing. He has been involved in the startup of semiconductor technologies in Southeast Asia and Far East. In 2016, while studying the baked-in structural risk in the semiconductor supply chain, he imagined a remote opportunity for an entry of semiconductors in his motherland. Having seen the impact that the vast semiconductor and microchip industry, which is valued at $550 billion in the year 2020, and what it makes in small communities in Southeast Asia, Engineer Gideji was intoxicated by this possibility for Kenya. This was a transcendent vision that will change the course of his business life. Such a vision required steadfast partnership and good friends. In 2017, Engineer Gideji made contacts with DeKUT University of Technology, which breathed life into his vision. Through this contact, the birth of STL was at hand. Engineer Gideji had found the elusive strategic partner in DeKUT University to foster workforce development in the semiconductor space. The workforce, being the highest barrier to entry for an investor, now became a possibility. Engineer Gideji, as the current director and CEO of Semiconductor Technologies Limited, has pioneered and championed the semiconductor research, development, and manufacturing in Kenya. The University Senate is impressed by the fact that the Semiconductor Technologies Lab, established within the university, the Semiconductor Technologies Labs, established within the university, are the first of this kind to be introduced in sub-Saharan Africa. STL is the first advanced nanofabrication and semiconductor manufacturing company in Kenya and the region, with a vision to be preeminent chip maker in Africa. Engineer Gideji has made a direct impact to DeKUT in the area of industrialization and has showcased the immense potential of a University of Technology in creation of national wealth. The Semiconductor Technologies Limited is part of the Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park ecosystem. STO's partnership with Dedan Kimathi University of Technology is geared towards the development and tooling the next generation workforce. The collaboration with the university has seen training and teaching the future techies in chip manufacturing and nanotechnology. A lot of research in the areas of semiconductor technologies, machine manufacturing, and nanotechnology is going on. The socioeconomic impact by the STO company includes job creation, wealth creation, youth empowerment, foreign exchange earnings, and increased intellectual property emanating from robust research and development. Indeed, the STO has broken the ceiling of what Kenyans can accomplish. The University Senate, in making this award, noted that in early 2022, semiconductors technology contemplated the design and manufacture of advanced semiconductor manufacturing systems for domestic processing and export, which led to the launch of the All Borana an advanced semiconductor manufacturing system on 19th December 2022. Senate recognizes this pioneering role, which will undoubtedly inspire young Kenyans to follow in his footsteps. As the CEO of STL, Engineer Githinji has successfully created high-value jobs for young Kenyan graduates, demonstrating that indeed Kenya graduates are well suited to work in high-tech companies. Furthermore, STL is a platform for collaboration with top-notch researchers in leading labs in the USA and countries with mature semiconductor industries. The conferment of this degree appreciates the groundbreaking career and service as a scholar, engineer, and businessman in the fields of semiconductor technologies. Chancellor Sir, it is my great honor and privilege to present to you and this congregation Engineer Anthony Githinji for the conferment of Doctor of Engineering honoris causa. Engineer Githinji. Come over. Yeah, yeah. Maybe there because it needs to be in front, but not away from our peers.
I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Engineering, honoris causa, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that appertains to this degree.
From the chancellor. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we take some photos and then you can address. We take some pictures and then you can. There is space now. There is space. So it's now my pleasure to invite Doctor of Engineering Honoris Causa and Tony Gibenji. But before I ask him to speak, this is a special gown designed to reflect why he's being awarded with that, why he has been awarded with that honorary doctorate. And it has the microelectronic structure embroidered on it. So if you don't know what a microelectronic structure is, you may follow him and see how it is on his gown. Welcome, Dr. Green.
Wow, okay. The Chancellor, sir, the Principal Secretary, members of the DeKUT Council, the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Professor Ndirangu Kioni, Vice Chancellors from other universities, Deputy Vice Chancellors of Dedan Kimathi University, Professor Esther Magiri and Professor Peter Mushiri, members of Dedan Kimathi University Technology Senate, Dedan Kimathi Alumni Association, DeKUT Chair and officials, of course, you wonderful graduates and officials, parents, staff, and students, with all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, is it still morning? Good morning. It gives me immeasurable pleasure to be alive on this 27th day of April 2023. While the protocols observed, the gracious host and stakeholders of this momentous occasion, I must take this moment to thank my family. My wife, Bronya, thank you very much, who has been lockstep in this journey that is fraught with uncertainty and yet great promise. In a very special way, I would like to thank my sons, Ethan Mwangi and Tyler Mwangi, who could not be here today. And I thank them because, as all parents, our kids give us purpose to endure and persevere as we wage a valiant battle for the future. Some of my brothers and sisters are here. My brother Mike Degwa, Florence Kimani. I thank you very much for being here on behalf of the rest of my siblings. To the greater Ndegwa family, I salute you. Some of you are here. And of course, special greetings from Dr. Duncan Degwa, my mentor, and also an honoris causa recipient from this prestigious university. I'm going to keep my remarks fairly short if I can, in the interest of time, Chair. I thank the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the Council, and the Senate of Dedan Kimathi University for bestowing on me this honorary doctorate in engineering, honoris causa. As I consider the deliberations that you had in offering me this immense honor, I can only thank God for giving me the strength to contribute to our community today and to our humanity in the future. It's a very humbling experience to be mentioned among the community of honoris causa of this university. His Excellency, the late Mwai Kibaki. His Excellency Sasaki. You have given me the zeal and the impetus to inspire and nurture our Kenyan youth, the youth of our continent, and these young wazees you see in front of you, and in the diaspora, to dedicate themselves to selflessness and excellence. As I conceived these few words, and while with humility I acknowledge the stakeholders who got me here and where I am today, I beg that I dedicate my remarks in 3 areas: the youth of our country and our continent, our world. Secondly, patriotism and love for God and country. And thirdly, our common humanity. But first, I'll give you a brief of who I am. Prof has already gone through a little bit of my bio, so I will not belabor this. I am a son of this soil. Nyeri is my home. I'm inextricably connected to this, my county of birth. I was born on July 26, 1971. My father, Benjamin Degwa, whom our CNST is named after, was a magistrate and businessman. My mother, Helena Wangoi Kvinji, a beautiful woman who selflessly rescued young girls. I'm from a family of great patriots who endured the scourge of the colonial rule. It is the ultimate joy of a man to immortalize his parents in the story of his life. I honor my parents and I love my country, Kenya. I went to school in Nyeri Primary School. At this point, I would like to honor my teacher who's here with us, Catherine Givoini. She always inspired us to do better than what we thought we could. I then joined the prestigious Alliance High School. Under penalty of death, I was told not to talk about Alliance High School, but I will honor some alumni of Alliance High School who are here with us. Professor Dirango Kioni, Engineer Mwita, Kinothia Kongo, and others, great leaders of the Alliance High School. I proceeded to Canada to pursue a higher degree in electro and electronics engineering and eventually immigrated to the United States of America. My journey is an unlikely one for the son of a farmer. I know that God was a big part of getting me all the way there and all the way back. While there are no formulas or equations, maps, navigation aids, parents to lean on, headlights to light and illuminate my way, the common denominators of my journey were embossed in those 3 areas that I just discussed. I will start with our youth, and that is all of you here who have done such a fantastic job of graduating today. Youth is freedom. Youth is adventure. It's discovery. It's emotional, sometimes unpredictable. It's zealous. It's uninhibited. It's unrestricted. It's beautiful. And there are many verbs and adjectives that attempt to define who you are. In youth, there are choices and opportunities, and room to make mistakes and learn from them. I had my share of mistakes, but I will not jeopardize this honorary citation by airing them out here. You can see me later and we can talk about them. I'm proud today to graduate with a few fellow colleagues at STL, who I will recognize. Professor Kioni, as I have discussed with you and your team many times, the product of this university, in my opinion, is second to none. I have worked with these young people, and I assure you, Prof, that these and the educators of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, that these engineers are the real deal. I have personally trained many of them, and their absorption rate for highly complex subject matter is astounding and impressive. I dare say that without DeKUT and these young graduates, STL would not exist. May I, in the highest honor, recognize my fellow graduates from STL, and in a very special way, the following folks. Lorna Mudhoni Muturi, be upstanding, please. Lorna is a mechatronics engineer, will be a mechatronics engineer, and she's attached to Project Albaran. Janet Chipkurui. Also a mechatronics engineer attached to Project Lencho. Isaac Kuria Garuya. Mechatronics as a demonstration to you all the level of skill and performance that this university produces. Thank you to all the educators. Yes, it's true. We are disproportionately women in STEM at STL. Over 70% of STL's workforce is women. Our foundation, the Helena Wangoi Foundation and Imelda Topologo, charter is the empowerment of underprivileged girls through technology. This does not in any way infer that we have forgotten the boy child. We have very capable and productive men at STL. To all you young graduates, we need your contribution. We need your imagination. We need your energy and your curiosity. You must lead us to a prosperous future as Kenyans. It is your prime directive. Secondly, patriotism and love for God and country. In whatever creed you observe and subscribe, there is undeniably the yearning to understand. Foremost of all is to know why you exist. Impact. Invariably, many have concluded there is a God. Yes, I'm a scientist of very small things. In nanotechnology, the human eye cannot see atoms, electrons, neutrons, molecules. We can, however, feel and measure their effect, their behavior, their presence. But just because we can't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. We could not see the coronavirus, but by God we felt its effect. I will leave this an icon of our independence, a fierce warrior. We breathe this air and do these things and other things because others sacrificed themselves for us. Freedom does not come cheap. We must fight to preserve it. We may not bear arms, but you bear the ammunition that this great institution has given you to change the course of our country for the better. In your own way, you must elevate yourselves beyond the simple things and aspire to greater outcomes. Those of us who are out there in the diaspora, those of you who will go into the diaspora, I tell you this, I have been in the diaspora for over 30 years. The lure of a distant land is irresistible and the desire insatiable. So yes, go ye out there into the world and become who you want to be. Last month alone, the diaspora remittances into Kenya were 47 billion Kenya shillings. Incredible numbers that economists would tell you are a stabilizing force for our economy. However, a well-educated Kenyan with a wealth of experience who comes back home can generate many times as much, employ many of these young graduates, and even start a semiconductor manufacturing company in Nyeri County. Go out there, but come back home and build your country. Your ancestors died for it. Lastly, our humanity. There are those things that cannot be measured in dollars and cents, in shillings or rupees. The warmth of a neighbor, the sadness of loss, the cheer of a graduation like this, the love for our children. We are in an increasingly interconnected world. Your actions inadvertently or advertently affect others around you. Sometimes our actions affect others in distant and geographically disparate places. In our recent past, the abhorrence of COVID-19 was felt the whole world over. It is no longer a myth that when somebody coughs in a little unknown town, the whole world catches a cold. The cumulative deaths of COVID-19 eclipsed 6.9 million souls. For context, that is over half the people that voted in the general elections last year. War and peace are delicate and elusive in this century. It is shown that most wars are economic wars precipitated by disparity of resources, food supply, water, fuel, etc. Economic inclusivity, and especially among the youth of this country and our continent, is essential. We must close the poverty gap, both sovereign and individual. Our humanity depends on it. It's no longer a myth that climate change is real. It poses an existential threat to humanity. The habits in the United States, in Asia, and Far East affect us disproportionately. Extreme weather conditions, hurricanes, tornadoes, drought, atmospheric rivers, floods are killing thousands of us and endangering millions. Our food security and our oceans are in danger of irreversible damage. Of course, our continent pays the undeservedly and unjustly high price. We must engage in solutions to climate change in our own African context. As STL, we are innovating and developing direct air capture technology. Our photocatalytic semiconductors will convert atmospheric carbon dioxide into fuel. We will trade these carbon credits and invest in our SGSI. These are Green Semiconductor Initiative. We will help We can all pitch in, plant trees, create awareness through influencers, conserve water, and don't litter and throw things out of the car window when you're driving. We can all be responsible for a clean environment. To our government, we look forward to 100% renewable energy by 2030. That is a Kenya Kwanza promise. We look forward to elimination of independent power production to reduce, through fossil fuels, to reduce pollution. We look forward to electric vehicles and motorcycles. We pray for clean rivers and waterways in Nairobi and urban centers, more dams, higher capacity irrigation schemes. Our children and their children deserve better. Humanity depends on it. But how do we do all these things? At STL, we will continue to do what we are currently doing, but only more of it. We will continue to train you, our young graduates. We will insist on perfection and hard work. We will develop products that are sensitive to our Kenyan challenges and those of our continent. We will build a formidable, capable, and unstoppable Kenyan workforce. We will dominate the semiconductor industry in our continent. We will insist on partners that subscribe to the highest standards of governance, integrity, and ethics. We will be sensitive and deliberate in gender balance and empowerment. We will champion inclusivity and reject intolerance. We will promote our country and be great evangelists to investors. Thanks to Professor Kearney, next week, Prof and I will be traveling to New York to represent our country in the STI for SDG Africa Forum. We hope we will put Kenya on the map, just as Ferdinand Omanyala did in breaking the world records, just as our athletes did in the Boston Marathon, and just as the Kenya Space Agency did a few weeks ago in the launch of the first Kenyan Earth observation satellite. These challenges I just outlined are perilous and unpredictable. They take exactly you young graduates, this Kimzeh right here, and you, our educators and administrators, and the entire country to solve them. We must. Our destiny depends on it. In closing, I accept this great honor with humility and a sense of pride. You have injected in me a great deal of energy with this immense gesture. I accept this honor with gratitude. I conclude with an extract from John F. Kennedy, a former president of the United States, a statement he made during the space race. He said, and I quote, "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and to do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard." At STL, our ambition is great. As DeKUT, our promise is immense. As a country, our opportunities are innumerable. As a continent, we are the future. We choose to do these things, the right things, always and consistently, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that good presentation. Now we have an interlude, after which the Vice Chancellor will invite the DVC Academic Affairs and Research to invite the deans and directors for the next step. Thank you very much.
Chancellor Sir, I now invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research to call upon the deans and directors to present the graduates.
Chancellor Sir, by the virtue of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology Charter, Part 2, Section 10, and the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology Statute 38, the university has power to confer degrees and award diplomas and certificates. Chancellor Sir, in the 2022-2023 academic year, 818 candidates satisfied the Schools and Institutes Board of Examiners and the University Senate for the conferment of various degrees and award of diplomas and certificates of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. Chancellor Sir, I now call upon the Dean School of Engineering, Director Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing, Director Geothermal Energy Training and Research Institute to present the graduates for the conferment of master's degree of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
And the Senate for conferment of Masters of Science degree in the School of Engineering. Graduate, as I read the name, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. After that, resume your seat and await for conferment of the respective degree. Master of Science in Telecommunication Engineering, Rono Kelvin Kipto.
Chancellor Sir, I have the honor to present the following two graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the Institute Board of Examiners and the Senate for conferment of master's degree in the Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor, and after that resume your seat and await for conferment of the respective degree. Master of Science in Geospatial Information Systems and Remote Sensing, Gasheri Lynn Kaberia. Simon Washira Mudhi.
Chancellor Sir, I have the honor to present the following two graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the Institute Board of Examiners and the Senate for conferment of master's degree in the Geothermal Energy Training and Research Institute. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. After that, resume your seat and wait for conferment of the respective degree. Master of Science in Geothermal Energy Technology. 1. Duke Emmanuel Onesimo Madiang. 2. Mureithi Pauline Wangithi.
Chancellor Sir, I now call upon Dean School of Engineering to present the graduates for the conferment of postgraduate diploma of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Chancellor Sir, I have the honor to present the following 64 graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the School Board of Examiners and Senate for conferment of postgraduate diploma in the School of Engineering. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. After that, resume your seat and wait for conferment of the respective postgraduate diploma. Distinction, Angwenyi Purity Obegi. Credit, Akech, Amos, Bernard, Chemtai, Chirongoi, Ephantas, Eric, Fiona, Geoffrey, Hinga, Ireri, Jemutai, Joel, Kamau, Kirich, Hamala, Kibet, Kilonzo, Kimeli, Koech Anthony, Koech Gideon, Koros, Kulei, Lagat, Maiwa, Mabiri, Matogo, Mbugua, Momanyi, Mosongo, Muigai, Munji, Murithi, Muriuki, Mtai, Mtuku, Mwangi, Ndumu James, Ndumu Salome, Ngari, Obara, Ogechi, Omeri, Paminas, Rotich, Rugendo, Simiu, Tele, Wanjiru, Wanjohi, Wanyama, Warui. Pass, Jemutai, Jerotich, Kamau, Kimathi, Kipkosgei, Kiprono, Maina, Mbudhia, Nandasaba, Omaga, Skauti.
I now request all the master's degree graduates to rise up for the conferment of the degrees by the Chancellor and remain standing until after the conferment.
I admit the named persons to the respective master degree, and my authority and that of the entire university give power to read and to do all that appertains to this degree.
I now request all the postgraduate diploma graduates to rise up for the conferment of the postgraduate diplomas by the Chancellor and remain standing until after the conferment.
I admit the named persons to the respective postgraduate diploma, and my authority and that of the entire university give power to read and to do all that appertains to this postgraduate diploma.
Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Registrar Academic Affairs and Research to present the outstanding bachelor's degree students in the following order: bachelor's degrees programs, School of Engineering, number 2, Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing, number 3, Geothermal Energy Training and Research Institute.
Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to present the following 21 graduates who during 2022-2023 academic year were the best performing students in their final year of study in the class of 2023. Graduates, as I read the name, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor, and after that, resume your seat. School of Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. Position number 1, Naomi Gonyo Mwanzia. Position 2, Abnea Odogo Otieno. And position 3, Martin Kiplimo. Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Position 1, Claire Jerry Mwangi. Position 2, Mwamboso Ibrahim Boso. And position 3, Mechak Kiplagat. Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. Position 1, Sadra Makena Opio. Position 2, Francisca Ita Mweu. And position 3, Ernest Muo Mtuku. Bachelor of Science in Mechatronic Engineering. Position 1, Anita Hither. Position 2, John Joroge Mugwe. And position 3, Vincent Mwede Moria. Bachelor of Technology in Building Construction. Position 1, Peter Dongo Karobia. Position 2, Harrison Wabogo Duta. And position 3, James Kemodho. Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing. Bachelor of Science in Geospatial Information Science and Remote Sensing. Position 1, Felix Owala Oganda. Position 2, Luke Toroitich Rop. And position 3, Yvonne Siokau Githinji. Geothermal Training and Research Institute. Position 1, Will Kipiegon. Position 2, Kevin Kibet. And position 3, Edwin Kipkemoi shall teach.
Chancellor Sir, I now call upon deans and directors to present the graduates for the conferment of bachelor's degrees in the following order. Dean, School of Engineering; Director, Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing; Director of Geothermal Energy Training and Research Institute.
Chancellor Sir, I have the honor to present the following 279 graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the School Board of Examiners and the Senate for conferment of Bachelor's of Science degree in the School of Engineering. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. After that, resume your seat and wait for conferment of the respective degree. Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering, second class honors, upper division, Baraza, Bet, Bwana, Charo, Cherono, Epage, Kipkurui, Kiprono, Lagat, Makau, Masi, Mishuki, Musyoki, Mudhui, Mutuku, Muyumbi, Mwangi, Mweu, Obwama, Okeo, Okinyi, Olela, Opio, Otieno, Ota, Wambugu, Wanjiru. Second class honors, lower division, Adhiambo, Adanji, Isaac, Jemutai, Joseph, Kabuyi, Kabute, Kagiri, Kangeve, Kango, Kadhio, Kilimi, Kipkurui, Kiprotich, Mary, Michael, Mukera, Mutai, Ndungu, Lewis, Ndungu Arthur, Gamau, Njoroge Peter, Njoroge Benson, Ouma, Rwata, Samba, Sewe, Tanui, Washira, Yego. Pass, Patrick, to K. Bachelor of Science in Mechatronics Engineering, First Class Honors, Muturi Lona Mudhoni. Moria Vincent Mwendwa. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, C. Chege, Cheriot, Gadhitu, Janet, Kipkurui, Kiplagat, Masharia, Marimbet, Madhenge, Mengich, Mohammed, Morgan, Mushiri, Mugwe, Mulwa, Muriuki, Mudhe, Mudhiani, Mwagadi, Mwangi, Orina, Sesat, Shanza, Waidhira. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Apoka, Barasa, Chepkirui, Festus, George, Kamau, Kamensu, Kanyi, Kemboi, Kibet, Kiogora, Kioko, Kipto, Kipiegon, Magina, Maina Josephat, Maina Stephen, Madhenge, Mbayi, Mbugua, Burungu, Momanyi, Mugambi, Mwiruri, Mukiri, Mukuri, Mwalugo, Mwangi, Mwanzi, Nganga, Njoroge, Njuguna, Ochako, Ogayo, Ouma, Paul, Simiyu, Wafula, Wairimu, Wambani, Wanjiku. Pass, Gibson, Kirui, Mutegi. Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, first class honors, Kiplimo Martin. Mbuvi Miriam Mwende. Mwanzia Naomi Ngonyo. Otieno Ibrahim Odhiambo. Otieno Abna Odongo. Second class honors, upper division, Bathsheba Chepkorir, Chibwara, Foledi, Karuri, Kilonzo, Kipruto, Maina, Mugambi, Muridhi, Mutoro, Mwirikia, Muita, Nudhu, Nyaberi, Peter, Samuel. Second class honors, lower division, Chepchumba, Gidaiga, Irungu Francis, Irungu Favor, Jepkorir, Kadenge, Kahihia, Kariro, Kariuki, Kennedy, Kimuge, Kipkirui, Likare, Mati, Mueni, Muridhi Elvis, Muridhi Dennis, Mutuma, Mwaura, Ndirangu, Ndiritu, Ndungu John, Ndungu Thiongo, Nganga, Garuia, Njihia, Njoroge, Jubi, Nyamai, Nyongesa, Okoth, Omoyo, Remeu, Rotich, Wambua. Pass, Kigen. Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, First Class Honors, Kamau James Muigai, Mwangi Clara Nyeri. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Boso Chepkoech, Jael Chepkoech, Doreen, Evans, Gachanja, Gashie, Kiptarus, Kiritu, Meshak, Moses, Moturi, Muchichu, Munene, Murithi Duncan, Murithi David, Mtwela, Durubu, Ngile, Peter, Rotich, Said, Sudi, Waireri, Wamidhi. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Chepkemoi, Chepngeno, Cheriot, Gichigi, Kagai, Kahumbi, Kamau, Karani, Kasengot, Kihenja, Kilonzo, Kimani, Kimutai, Kipkoril, Kipkoech, Kipto, Kipiegon, Kisila, Koech, Koril, Leitich, Masheru, Mbudhia, Mugambi, Muhoho, Muma, Murimi, Mutwi, Mwangi Francis, Mwangi Gilbert, Mwangi Moses, Mwaura, Ngigi, Jihia, Njogu, Nkirote, Nyambura, Nyerega, Odhiambo, Rajen, Valentine, Washiuri, Waiganjo, Wanjala, Wanjohi, Warunge. Pass, Mtembei, Dumo, Ngugi, Nyaga, Otieno. Bachelor of Education in Technology, Electrical and Electronic Engineering. Okay. Wow. Yeah, but we're done here. Only this. Yes. So I thought I should just read. Yeah, as well. So just maybe a few minutes then. Yeah. Yeah. Bachelor of Education in Technology, Electrical and Electronic Engineering, second class honors, lower division, Kariuki Kinyanjui Kipleting. Bachelor of Education in Technology, Civil Engineering, second class honors, lower division, Gichana Jebet. Bachelor of Technology in Building Construction, second class honors, upper division, Karobia Kimodho Lagat Duta Tamba. Second class honors, lower division, Kariuki Mushiri Njogu Njoroge. Please, the graduate, don't leave the hall until you have been conferred the degree by the Chancellor. Okay, that's okay. So please, you're not supposed to leave the hall until we are through. Otherwise, you have nothing. You have only worn the gown and gone home. Until the confirmation has been done, or the conferment has been done, you are supposed to remain in your seat unless you are going to answer the calls of nature. Please. Your colleagues, ask them to come back. Those who are in the field, ask them to come back. They are taking pictures out there. All those graduates, you have not graduated yet. We want you back. Those who are outside there, please.
Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to present the following 28 graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the Institute Board of Examiners and the Senate for conferment of Bachelor of Science degree in the Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. Thereafter, resume your seats and wait for conferment of the respective degree. Bachelor of Science in Geospatial Information Science and Remote Sensing. Second class honors, upper division. Karimi, Kipkirui, Kipngetich, Kiprono, Korir, Modini, Nyambura, Ogada, Owino, Rop. Second class honors, lower division. Bomet, Cheriot, Faith, Gidinji, Kipngeno, Komolo, Mangale, Muridhi, Mtai, Mwangi, Njenga, Osodo, Tarus, Wambua. Pass, Mwambire. Bachelor of Science in Geomatics and Geospatial Information Systems. Second class honors, upper division, Gashana. Second class honors, lower division, Njugi. Pass, Mthaimi.
Should have brought the baby for a photo.
We can have some music.
You can finish it here.
Chancellor Sir, I have the honor to present the following 15 graduates who during the 2022-2023 academic year satisfied the Institute Board of Examiners and the Senate for conferment of the Bachelor of Science degree in Geothermal Energy and Training and Research Institute. Graduates, as I read the names, please walk to the dais to greet and take a photo with the Chancellor. After that, I resume your seat and wait for conferment of the respective degree. Bachelor of Science in Geology, First Class Honors, Will Kipyegon. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, Bakuya, Cherotich, Kairu, Kibet, Kilea, Nganga. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, Apalat, Emajong, Kanyenze, Madhenge, Mutisia, Ndungu, Njambi, and Sombua.
We are almost there. We are in the final wrap. Please be patient. Again, we are inviting those graduates who have walked out. Please come back to the hall. Please come back for the conferment of your degrees, please. I can see the ones who are to the roundabout taking pictures. The heads of department and administrators of these schools and institutes can bring those people back, please.
Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
He's an awesome God, amenipa such an awesome song. And I'm never lonely, amenipa such an awesome love. He's an awesome God, and I wanna tell it to the world. Ili wajue ni wewe, kama si wewe basi nani?
Asikia ni lodi, ango kwa njia anataka kodi, ni wewe utaprovide. Na nina ngori moyoni zinanijaza wori, ila nitakuwa fine. El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
Every day is an awesome day. Na vile unanibariki hata mimi sielewi. And every day you come through in an awesome way. Kwenye dhiki nimepata rafiki wa kweli.
Na kuna kaloni mahali kananijaza wori, ni wewe utaprovide. Ina mahari natamani kulipia mpenzi, sote tutakuwa fine. Na madaktari wanasema hali sio hali, wewe unajua hatari. Na hizi nguvu zako kwangu, I will call you El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Unadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai, kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Ukona kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
I now request all the bachelor's degrees graduates to rise up for the conferment of the bachelor's degrees by the Chancellor and remain standing until after the conferment.
Acting on the powers conferred on me by the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology Charter, and having satisfied the school and/or the Institute Board of Examiners and the Senate in all subjects for which you are enrolled, trained, and examined, I admit the named persons to their respective bachelor's degree, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that appertains to this degree.
Is that over? Are there more students or we are done? We are done. So I think... I now hand over all the graduates of our 14th graduation ceremony back to the parents, guardians, family, and the society for the service of the nation. I now invite the graduates to celebrate this great achievement by tossing the graduation caps in the air on the count of 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Acting on the powers conferred by Statute 38 and the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology Charter, I declare the 14th congregation of the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. Please remain standing for the national anthem. We get out the procession in the reverse order. So our college, bud, please. Now the band will lead us, and then the procession in the reverse order, please. Starting with the Miss. So, and as we do that, we are still going to have a rehearsal for the groups graduating tomorrow. So if you are going to take any picture, you have to be very, very fast. Yeah. Then the Chancellor photo session for all the groups will be taken on the other side, the Resource Center 3, where you take a picture with the Chancellor, all of us there, please. And we are invited. So you are free to take pictures from the hall, but the main photo session is at the administration block with the Chancellor, with your deans and your CODs, and other members of staff and your parents as well. Thank you for coming. Kimathi is your home. So we move fast because we want to clean the hall.